as important as ever. It's not about how you get the wins, it's getting those all-important dubs on the board in the first place, which is so crucial going into these late weeks.
Exactly, and these truly are the rising stars of the collegiate scene. You hope that as their career develops, they can make strides into the higher divisions, but it has to be said, it's great that these players have competition at their level at this extent, because not very many leagues exist for players around the level of where would the Emergence or the Navigators be. So it's great to see them get this competition, obviously, as they continue on, hopefully getting stronger and stronger, pushing into contenders and champions. But for the time being, Emergence is where our first two teams sit, ECU Purple and UNA Purple. As you said, the Purple Derby, and we get to look at our first roster here for ECU. It is Cypheron, Wesley, and Where God's Army. A couple of computer science majors, 2 juniors, and a freshman here make up this squad.
The most important part for me, though, is that apparently Zyph cooks a bomb chicken palm, which I'm quite partial to a chicken palm myself, especially if it's got a little bit of past underneath it. Give it that a nice bit of texture, extra bit of carbs. I'm excited, and I'm quite excited for this roster overall as well. It's one of the biggest rosters that you can have available in the NECC. We currently have 5 players here, but their record is not that great at the moment. They sit on 0-3. They've only picked up 2 game wins across the season thus far. Week 2 was a bye. Will week 5 be the week where we finally see them pick up the all-important W? Heading on over to the Deep South then, or rather say the Deep South, heading on over to UNA Purple, I should say, the University of North Alabama. Both of these teams, of course, in the Deep South Emergence Division. And we have Brandy G, Galleon, and Cheeks starting off for them. It's another squad with 5 players available to them. We've got some sports management. We've got some computer science. We've got some engineering. Brandy G, though, he's the vice president of his university's esports club. And that means that he is well experienced with responsibility. I would be quite surprised if he is not the captain here.
Indeed, and you mentioned that ECU, the other squad in this matchup, is looking for their first dub. That is something that UNA have managed to find. However, they are 1-3. Their only win coming in week 2, weeks 1, 3, and 4, all being losses for them of varying degrees. But what that means is that UNA Purple is currently sat rather uncomfortably, I might add, only 1 spot above ECU Purple, as both teams populate the 7th spot on the leaderboard for UNA and the 8th spot for ECU, respectively. So they really need to try and make some distance here from the competition. For example, if ECU loses this series in a sweep, and this is purely theoretical, but if ECU does get swept out of this series, that means that they trade places for the bottom spot on the table, not where you want to be heading into the closing moments of the season.
It's a bit of a battle in the dungeon, isn't it? And your only way out is to try and impress the crowd. Of course, we do have the lovely audience in chat. We hope that you are doing well. But also us, as casters, as the production team in general, we want to be impressed with a bit of resilience, with a bit of steel, right? Because when you are at the bottom of the table, Galgan, that can play on the mindset quite a lot. Of course, we don't exactly have promotion and relegation like we would with standard league structures outside of the US in particular. But what we do have is this sense of, if you do reach the top of your division, then there is so much further beyond that which you can aspire to and which you can try and build yourself into as a squad overall. So it could all start with this week. This is a turnaround opportunity for both of these sides.
It absolutely is. There couldn't be a much better one for both sides, playing each other at the bottom of the table, but one of them has to move up ever so slightly, so it better be you rather than the other. You look at the table as well that they have to climb, and there are 3 undefeated squads that top the ranks here. South Alabama Varsity and UH Premier are both 4-0 to this point with a 10-game differential. That is a very solid spot to be. Florida Tech JV, that other undefeated squad, at 3-0, not playing one of their matches due to a bye that these teams sometimes have in their divisions. But you mentioned what's on the line to climb the leaderboard here and get higher and higher. Not only that honor and prestige of being one of the best teams in your division, but you said it perfectly, the chance to move up to bigger and better things. Obviously shooting for the stars in the division divisions that are just above the emergence area here. Both these teams, a little more work to put in to solidify their positions in that regard. But again, to go back to what you said, couldn't have said it better myself, so I'll repeat it. There's no better time than the present to make the turnaround right here and right now.
And I do want to pick up on one result in particular. It was 2 weeks ago that we saw the Alabama derby between North Alabama and South Alabama varsity, and for that to go so heavily in South Alabama's favor, to see South Alabama undefeated in the season so far, that's got to hurt North Alabama. And I think certainly as the only team with a win thus far, and that win being a sweep, by the way, so when they have won, it's been by a comfortable margin. That's a taste of success that we have not yet seen from East Carolina, and that can go one of two ways. Of course, you've got that greater hunger, that greater desire to finally take the proverbial monkey off your back and pick up that first win. But then again, Galgan, it's so difficult if things do start going against you, because although Rocket League is a physics engine based game, sometimes the cooks of pinches don't land in your favor, right? And so if things do start going against you, if you are in that position, you're at the bottom of the barrel, sometimes it is very difficult to look up at the daylight staring you in the face.
Indeed.
Oh no.
Yes, so we have a result coming in. We just heard about. Oh boy.
Oh
okay.
no.
Well, you mentioned UNA getting their one win, right? That was over the bottom of the table squad, JBU Blue. So not to discredit the win in any way, but ECU, unfortunately, has forfeited this match. We will not have a game to kick things off here. I know it's a very somber tone to leave you on after all that hype, all that build up to release.
So
to
exciting.
Nothing. No epiphany to be had.
Oh, well, look, let us build you up then. Before we head off on a break and go and cry in a corner or something, let us set up, let us hype up the match that will hopefully be arriving in about an hour or so. So if you want to go and stretch your legs and go and hydrate and whatnot, we do encourage that, please. But be sure to be back here in, let's see, what time is it? So in about 45 minutes or so, where we're going to have Newbury College varsity. They're going up against the Eastern University Eagles Maroon team. It should be a really exciting Navigators clash. We've got a 2-1 record, a 3-1 record. Both of these teams know how to win. One of them is going to walk out with that indulgence to add to their lovely table standings. Galgan, Relic, coming at you. We'll see you again in about 45 minutes. Yeah, yep, that is coming up to an hour. But good news, everyone! We bring good tidings. Myself, Relic, him, Galgan, the lovely Storm Warrior, on production. And it's been a long time getting from there to here. But we do indeed have a match upcoming. We hope, Galgan.
You're getting my hopes up very, very high here. I hope we get to watch some Rocket League, because I like watching Rocket League. I know you do
nice.
too, and I know everybody else does. So, maybe we'll get some action here. A matchup between Newbury College and Eastern University in the Navigators Northeast is supposedly on the horizon. And my goodness, what a night we are hopefully going to have. You take a look at the schedule as well. We have passed by the first planned match. We are now at Newbury Varsity versus Eastern Eagles Maroon. There are 2 Champions Division matchups coming up after that. You can see Columbia White versus Illinois State as match number 3. Match 4 is University of Michigan Flint going up against Fisher College Academy. But Relic, hopefully we have some Rocket League ready for us, because this matchup, Newbury and Eastern, we went over it. 2 teams towards the top of the table here in Navigators Northeast. Should be a good one.
Yeah, the night so far hasn't so much been hanging out with mates as you're stuck in the library doing a bit of coursework. It has to be done, but nobody likes to see it. But we do like to see 2 teams in the Navigators division. Of course, if you're unaware of our different divisions, all you need to know about Navigators is it's kind of in the title. They're trying to find their way to the very top. We are expecting high diamond to low grand champ level here, and so we should see some pretty mechanically adept players, maybe just lacking the synergy, the teamwork that we would expect from the very top teams. Let's go through these 2 rosters then, shall we? Let's start off with the varsity of Newbury. We got Corrupt, Depressus, and Be the Kid. We also have Alpha Kai and Baba Yaga on the sidelines, ready and waiting. Their record so far, a 2-1. They have played a 4th match against Hartford Black, but that score has not been reported, and so hence why we've got this very strange situation where we can say that they are allegedly on a 2-1, but they might be 3-1, they might be 2-2. We really do not know.
You would hope, based off of their previous results, that they are 3-1, since Hartford is a little farther down on the table as it stands right now. But you want to go in the opposite direction and climb up higher. You got to take a look at Newbury's opponents here. The Eastern Eagles Maroon from Eastern University, currently on 3-1, and we'll see just in a bit who will be starting for this roster. I think they're still waiting to join up in the lobby itself. But as far as players on the side of Eastern, the Sick Tiger, Nerfa, and Stare. Interesting to note as well, you mentioned, these players just sort of getting their bearings in the competitive Rocket League sense and coming into it here. One of the players on the roster, Maddie, one of the subs on the 6-person roster, mind you, for Eastern, just started playing Rocket League last year, so fresh to the game, but already climbing the ranks here as these 2 freshmen and a junior take on the tall task ahead of them of trying to get to 4-1.
And it should be mentioned, this is the Maroon Eastern Eagles, and so there are other Eastern Esports Eagles teams of varying colors. And a fun fact here, we've got Squishy Shark, another one of these potential substitutes who could step in during the course of the series. His older brother is actually the main Rocket League team captain, which I think is pretty great that we got 2 brothers here. And I also want to point out their record. So of course, as you've alluded to, Galgan, they're on a 3-1, but it's how they've responded after their first week of action, which I'm really impressed by. They lost 3-0. It was a straight sweep by Alvernia Maroon, so the Maroon Derby rather than the Purple Derby. But then they come back from that sweep to win and win and win again, and it's increasing success. We have a 3-2, followed by a 3-1, followed by a sweep back in week 4 up against NECC Blue. So their form isn't just good, Galgan, it's getting better.
And I guess the silver lining there for Newbury on the other side is that the momentum can't really build from there. You can't possibly win a best of 5 faster than 3-0, but for Newbury, they're certainly looking to even things up a little bit more and knock Eastern University back down a peg. Again, to reference where these teams currently sit in terms of the standings, that Alvernia Maroon squad is the lone team undefeated at 4-0, but Eastern currently sitting at 3-1, only behind the MCCC Mustangs for the second spot by game differential, and Newbury a bit farther they're down there at 5th by virtue of just having played one less match, I believe. But this is prime opportunity for Newbury to try and make some strides back up and take Eastern down with them, make everything a bit more level as we head through the rest of week number 5.
It's contrasting form as well. I even if that unreported result for Newbury College Varsity is a win, they are unfortunately coming off that hugely damaging loss. I don't know why the Mustangs wanted to have so many C's after their M, but it doesn't really matter. The only things that Newbury were seeing were a lot of goals going into the back of their net, unfortunately. So they're coming off week 4 being swept. The Eastern Eagles are coming off week number 4 sweeping, but I do think that sweeping does require a bit of further analysis, because as you rightly say, NEC Blue, sadly the whipping persons of the division thus far, they sit bottom of the table, and when we look over at Newbury College Varsity, they have actually met NEC Blue 1 week prior before the meeting with Eastern Eagles, and they too swept them. So perhaps, although they did lose their last series in a swept fashion, it's not to say that that is indicative of their form going forward. Very much looking like a bad day at the office rather than an indication as to where they sit in the pecking order.
Could not agree more. And I think that speaks to, as much as you can look at the results from these teams and think, this is where they are on the table, this is how they compare against similar opponents, this is how they should play against each other. When you get to this rank level, the results themselves, while they do have implications on the team's standings in the table, they don't necessarily affect that much when it comes to the match itself, because there is a lot of variability at this skill level. Not every match is going to play out exactly how it should on paper. Players are more volatile in these ranks to play better or worse on the day of than they did in the previous week or the weeks before that. So if a team is looking incredibly strong heading into, you've got Eastern on 3-1 here. They look solid, they look poised to continue that momentum, but anything and everything can happen to these teams who are more subject to those rather turbulent mood swings, I guess you could put it, in order to knock them down in this series. So it remains to be seen. A lot will be said by what we see from Game 1 eventually from these teams.
Now, of course, it should be mentioned, we will probably be expecting a little bit more warm-up time for both of these teams. There's a lot of confusion in the background. To TLDR it for all of you, essentially this match was to be played at a later date after originally being played today at this moment in time. They have brought it back to today, and so we thank both teams, both schools, for being able to accommodate us here. We are very much appreciative of taking the time to basically ensure that a match actually happens for the first half of this stream today, and so again, thank you very much to both sides. But I think that it might be a good opportunity as well for both teams to delve into a subject which we have seen a couple of times over the full season thus far, but really not with the size of squad that we've encountered just yet. So, as you rightly pointed out, Newbury with 5 players on that squad. They have a starting trio, of course, same as the Eastern Eagles, who have themselves with 6 players available. Is this a situation where you want to use as many players as possible, or are we a little bit too late into the season now to really be rushing around and trying all these different players? We're into the game now, finally. Rocket League finally on your screens. Galgan, I'll hand it over to you to answer and to deliver us in.
Well, it's a beautiful sight to see cars taking to the pitch here. I think the optimal strategy for these teams is to get as much playing time for everybody as you can, because we go back to the central point about players at these ranks not having too many centralized leagues to play in with consistent competition. So making sure that everybody gets as many reps as possible in a match day situation is imperative for the development of these players continuing on. But we have little time to worry about who will be playing when Game 1 underway. Newbury versus the Eastern Eagles, and off to a fairly neutral start here within the first minute. No blood drawn just yet.
Oh, and am I happy to see different colors aside from dark blue and orange. Oh, I love this. Please, can we see more of I don't know, school colours chosen, or to be fair, I don't see any maroon anywhere, so perhaps a bit of an oversight on that particular one. But it's nice, it's different, it gives us a little bit of a different colour palette for our eyes to enjoy, aside from the Rocket League, of course, which neither team has really gotten into a good rhythm. We see a whifty there as it was an open net and not scored on. A good opportunity from the Eastern Eagles. They're going to take this around the world, and I tell you what, I think Selv is going to be a little bit annoyed with himself there because he inadvertently hit that ball away when it was set up perfectly to score home.
Yeah, these touches are going every which way. It is so imperative just to get your car body on the ball on both offense and defense for these players, because mistakes are going to be abound on both sides. It matters more what you do in the process following up that sequence, as both teams get a look big clear here to the back wall, and the Eastern Eagles look to resume their pressure as the ball lurks around in towards the top of the zone, but Newbury able to get a clear of their own and push back as both teams looking to send this ball on target a bit more often. They've done well to get these big clears and make sure that either side doesn't have too long of a stint on the offensive possession, but now the shot accuracy comes into question.
If Newbury was Spelunkers, Galgan, then they would be trying to plow their way through minute cracks in the rock face. Anytime they go into this yellow half, it is with them just the smallest window of opportunity to get a shot away. And even then, Eastern Eagles and their defensive rotations are so tight that the shot more than likely is going to have to go wide. I want to see Newbury working their way up the pitch a little bit more confidently and perhaps in a pair rather than these individual runs. Eastern Eagles, I'm surprised that they're not 1-0 up. They are the ones fashioning the most chances as we hit that 2-minute mark. Newbury
on the other side looking for a bit of space on their own half. They're locked out from the middle of the pitch, though. Big clear comes through from the kid. Now coming into the rotation. Back and forth we go yet again. The forward pass redirects, nearly able to be turned on target. And Newbury trying to generate some pressure of their own. Corrupt off the sidewall leaves that one up. Solid touch rung off the woodwork and sent to the bottom corner. But what a save from inside the target. Eastern Eagles keep us clean.
So much better, and the best shot opportunity of the entire game, maybe barring that shooting off their own foot moment from Selv. That's nice, though, back into the middle, but Newbury had enough bodies back on the line to make that save. It's a good challenge as well into the midfield. 90 seconds left. You're going to be worried if you're the Eagles. You've had your best chances now, and Newbury only getting better.
We continue on. 80 seconds to go. Newbury, they're continuing more and more now. Sent to the corner yet again, playing with real pace behind them. The gas has been filled up. Tanks full of boost as well. Back goes Squishy. Shark, nice shot here. Bottom corner, and Selv picks up the pieces there deep in the box behind the defenders as well to get the first.
We have a saying in the world of soccer over here in the UK, against the run of play, and Depressus is going to want that moment back because they jump once, but they don't utilize that second jump to get a piece of the ball. Flies over his metaphorical head. Selv's there at the back post to put it away. Nice finish, nice communication. But now there's 60 seconds left, and all of that momentum that Newbury were building, has it gone to waste? Well, yes, it has. Even more so now because of breakaway, a complete flop in midair, and Selv doubles his money.
Massive clear here, and to go back to those soccer analogies as well, playing forward on the opportunity is so crucial because there are no offsides in Rocket League. You won't get punished for trying to cherry pick these opportunities, and these players will learn quickly that being that far forward, looking for that redirect, it is a risk that they should be willing to take, because if the passes connect like they should, they'll be finding surefire goal opportunities more often in these ranks. Eastern Eagles have learned that lesson early, and Newbury now have 40 seconds to try and respond.
And I know it's natural for Eagles to want to spread their wings, but maybe now it's time to nestle down and maybe look after their goal mouth here as they're striving forward. Actually, they're looking for another, and Selv just used that boost a little too aggressively, and maybe there was a third goal to be had there, but I think so much time has been burned off the clock here that Newbury, if they are to score a goal, it's perhaps a little too late in the day.
Corrupt turns on this. 10 seconds to go, and they're not being given that time of day to score even one here. Time continues to tick, and Corrupt yet again, always at the sidewall looking to set up Newbury, but unsuccessful here in Game 1. The Eastern Eagles, a decisive Game 1 victory in this best of 5, and this is starting to make me wonder, Relic, you know, Eastern Eagles coming into this with a 3-1. Their only loss obviously being that sweep that they lost against Alvernia, but against the rest of the table, they look to pretty solidly have their position locked.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, going back to our discussion about whether these teams are perhaps a little more closely matched than one would imagine on the outset when you look at those previous results, especially against NEC Blue, for example. That match, I think, had it seen a third goal go the way of the Eastern Eagles, would have been an egregious just misreading of that 5-minute period, mostly because Newbury dominated the game for about 2 minutes or so from the midpoint of that game. Had they put away their chances, we look at Newbury 1-0, we look at a completely different complexion to this first encounter between the two sides, because they weren't able to put their opposition to their sword. Eastern Eagles were able to work their way back slowly, and of course we finally saw Selv making those shots count. I'm fascinated to see how this continues into game number 2.
I think what seals it in my head for me, though, is the first goal that falls with Selv tapping it home to the opposite side of the net against, like you said, the run of play. But the passing play is so crucial. Even if it was a smaller one grounded towards the bottom of the box, a passing play is still what it is. You have to give credit to the Eastern Eagles for what they were able to pull off. And now with one game on their side, they look to continue that run of momentum.
Oh, it's an early passing play through the middle for Newbury here, who are looking to start on the front foot. Squishy Shark up against the backboard. Lovely block here from the Sick Tiger, and a great clearance from Squishy Shark as Depressus is forced to go round the world. Doesn't exactly get the clearance he's looking for there. Selv going a little too wide as Be The Kid doesn't like the read off the backboard and ends up sort of flubbing it here, giving up possession way too easily. Corrupt steps in up the sidewall here. Selv and Sick Tiger follow. Depressus looking for a dunk. No one really sells themselves too short here, and as the first minute comes and goes, that's a shot on target, and I'm surprised that one went in. Nobody seemed to realize that was going on.
Oh, it's such a solid jump, though, from Be The Kid on that opportunity. Double commit from the defenders initiated that, and the third defender had their wheels on the ground at the goal line. That is a recipe for disaster, and a very solid capitalization from Newbury. The heads-up play, keeping your eyes on the ball the whole way through on offense. It is prime and basic sports fundamentals here coming through in the esports world.
So chasing the sidewall now. Be The Kid once again winning possession. Nice clearance and avoids the clutches of Corrupt. Squishy Shark allowed to rotate round. Gets the clearance again. The Sick Tiger, no one able to follow up with that drop down. The Squishy Shark just able to close this off before it becomes too dangerous. Oh, Be The Kid, it's an unfortunate bounce really, and another unfortunate bounce goes into the midfield, setting up his teammate there to clearance out. It's Corrupt to Squishy Shark, and Depressor standing still, miscommunication, double commit from Newbury at a time where they don't really need this. That's a good shot opportunity, but enough bodies in the way. Eastern Eagles keep that clean sheet.
It's always something that you have to be aware of for these teams. The doubles coming through have to stay out of each other's way and know when, if to call each other off as well. This ball cleared out of the corner or waiting in the box, but a big save there. I believe that was Selv making contact, and now looking for clear as Eastern Eagles try to buy themselves some space. Squishy Shark comes through, mid-wall touch, high pop, and already up in the air to receive is Sick Tiger, finding a second touch as well. Miraculous work there, forces a double out of the defenders, and Newbury find themselves in a bit of a pickle here.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre because Eastern Eagles, in terms of their passing plays, in terms of how confident they're looking, they look like the better team. Every stat seems to be in their favor, Galgan, apart from the most important one. They are still 1-0 behind as we hit half-time, and as long as Newbury are able to keep burning that clock down, and more importantly, find opportunities like this, free net to Festus. Oh, the situation gets worse for the Eagles.
And the free net is won off of an excellent challenge. Depressus could not have won that ball more cleanly than that touch comes through and able to convert it into the corner. It may not have been the flashiest goal scored in this match, but it is one of the most effective ways to get it done when the defense is not ready for your lead man to lose that challenge. Newbury strike and get two.
Selv Looking for a quick response. Double commit. Sick Tiger. Quick turn. Goes far post, but there's 3 bodies in the way. You're not going to find a way through like that. Picks up the mid boost. Looks to try and win a challenge. Does at least keep it neutral. Towards net. Bump on the keeper. Be the kid. Misses completely himself. Too much respect for the last defender there. Had he continued that run, that would have been 2-1.
Oh, double the mind games here on both sides. Be the Kid wasn't quite sure if the touch was going to be wide enough defensively to save it away. Now a high bouncer puts Newbury into some more trouble. They look for a clear. The press is up to Be the Kid, and now we see this ball start to get elevated to new heights. Squishy Shark sends right back immediately, though. Eastern Eagles still time on the clock to try and get it from far and away, looking for the finish, but unable to get it under that pesky crossbar. Demo as well. And Newbury, they're doing their darndest to hold on here to this lead. 90 to play, and the defense for the time being standing strong. This one out to Cell. Will turn. High pop. What happens from here? Crucial to see what comes through. Plenty of people committing. Shot finally ringing towards the backboard, and Cell for the finisher. Eastern Eagles get one.
And to be fair, Eastern Eagles have been committing a lot of, I would say, fundamental errors. They're getting into the blue half well enough, but they were throwing so many bodies at plays. More often than not, it was ending up in double commits, and good chances to break open that Newbury defense were gone a wasting. But because Newbury were panicking equally as much in defense, that chance does eventually fall to the Eagles. They have that 1 goal back. They've got 60 seconds to try and find another, and if Newbury keep on making mistakes like that, individual mistakes where they're missing the ball, losing possession at a canter, then perhaps we will see a 2-2 scenario emerge.
Oh, there it is! Opportunity Squishy Shark saved away. It truly is this gambit of which team is going to falter more when the pressure grows. You see an attempt potentially to try and pinch that ball towards the target. Squishy Shark will get this one centered up, and is anybody there for the finish? No, can't connect. Self coming around on the ball, but Be the Kid gets enough of the Fennec on the ball to at least see it away to the midfield line. And these players playing with patience a bit more and biting off a bit more than they can chew, but less than 30 to go here. Relic and the Eastern Eagles trying to knock on the door of an equalizer.
Newbury, it's all hands to the pump now. They're just desperately trying to clear the line. There is no thought about a 3rd goal. Oh, but they're going to get a 2nd. Oh, with the most unfortunate of touches here. It hits the backboard nicely. And Squishy Shark unlucky, but Be the Kid was trying to read that play way too slow. And because his car lingers in midair after missing that initial touch, the ball ricochets back out. Sadly for Newbury, falls perfectly into the path for the Eastern Eagles to equalize, and now they're looking for a 3rd here. It hits the backboard. They're going to try and find another shot through this corner shot. It's not going to come to anything in particular, but I think we are going to have our first OT of the day. Indeed we are.
What a comeback here from the Eastern Eagles. Job is not done just yet, but I don't think you could have offered a finer silver platter for Tiger to punch that shot home. And here it is, double off the back wall, clean as you like. Squishy Shark puts the Eastern Eagles on match point.
It's a real backbreaker game for Newbury. From 2-0 up, they lose the game 3-2 in overtime. There are not many more depressing ways to lose a game of Rocket League, and that is even more damaging, Galgan, because they now head into match point scenario. They have to reverse sweep the Eastern Eagles to get themselves a win here in week number 5. That's a tall mountain to climb based on the events that we have just witnessed.
I see what you did there, though. Depressing way to lose. Depressus of Newbury College. That can only mean one thing. The script is in full effect, and Newbury began their comeback here in game number 3. There are a couple things that we can look forward to if Newbury are going to live up to that task. I think we go back to the central theme again of capitalizing on mistakes. A lot of these big booming clears will force odd double commits out of these players because they don't quite have that knowledge of who should be going for the ball at every single moment. Doubles are bound to happen, but it's so important what teams are able to do to counter that, because if they can quickly put the ball on target while the defense is still staggered, there's a high likelihood that that ball is hitting the back of the net.
Had Newbury won that game, Galgan, I wasn't going to call it daylight robbery necessarily, but it was going to be robbery, mostly because their 2 goals were pouncing on mistakes or quite fortunate. I mean, that second goal in particular was a very fortunate 50-50, which led to a complete parting of the Eastern Eagles defense. It's one of those scenarios where you are preparing to transition into attack, and as soon as you flick the switch, then it all unravels in front of your very eyes. Eastern Eagles, for me, is far and beyond mechanically and technically speaking in comparison to this Newbury squad. I think communication-wise as well, they're doing a lot better. We identified their passing plays super early on. So Newbury, they've got to shift it into another gear here. We know that they have the capacity to win a game, but they also did concede 3 goals back to back to back.
And on the other side, you talk so much about Newbury and what it takes for them to win. Eastern Eagles with the strat to do the 2-game-up substitution. Selv is out, Maddie is in. This is the experience and the reps that I was talking about that Maddie will get in this matchup. The Eagles obviously feeling confident enough that they can still close out this series regardless, but we'll see exactly what kind of a specific impact Maddie has on this squad that Selv maybe wasn't doing here, but early on, it's squishy shark top corner, doesn't quite connect, rather catches more of the woodwork, and the Eastern Eagles with some early opportunities. Maddie will set one up off the backboard as well. This gets cleared away, and the Eagles back up.
It also feels a bit like the real-life equivalent where you are comfortable and you feel like you can win the game, or win the series in this case, and so you can afford that substitution. You can afford to give another player a chance to play, and I agree. I think that this is one of the best players that you can bring into this situation. Experience, guile, they know what it takes to win, and especially when the Sick Tiger is popping off like that. That lead is going to come sooner rather than later, I'm sure.
Doing so much work just to completely place this Newbury defense out of position and out of the way for a goal to be scored. Speaking of opportunity, but the post is unkind. Follow up here, and the defense has not found the ball. The Sick Tiger has, however, and the Eastern Eagles have found a lead.
Oh, this ball falls so horribly for Be the Kid and Depressors. The ball falls behind them before they can do a 180, or even worse, potentially just reverse into the ball, hoping to get a touch before any opposition does. There you've got that Shadow Striker coming in from the eastern flank. It's an open net. They're not going to miss from there, and that lead was indeed sooner rather than later. And I'm worried now for Newbury. I was talking about that mountain to climb. They've got a rather hefty backpack, and that backpack, oh, it should have gotten heavier. That really should have been 2-0.
The Eastern Eagles, though, they've shown a real uptick in speed and in touch quality as well. Sick Tiger doing well to keep that one relevant in front of the net, and Maddie comes through. The pressure continues. Goal is scored. Maddie over the top. You saw it coming from a mile away, making a big impact here as the sub in Game 3.
Sick, squishy, let's call him sensational. Matty wins the race. Nice. I've never seen that goal explosion actually as well. Just taking it round the galaxy. It's almost a bit of a tour just for the Eastern Eagles at this point. They're comfortable. They're happy. Newbury haven't offered much in the way of offensive threat here in game number 3 either. They've got half the game to navigate Eastern Eagles, and I really don't think they should be too worried at this stage.
But still, they've got a mountain to climb ahead of them, reminiscent of Game 1, where Newbury were unable to get it done. Game 2 let the lead slip, so this is not boding well for the squad in light blue. But now Sick Tiger going for a ceiling shot. Ambitious play here for the Navigators division, but still solid display of mechanics there in the general correct area. So you can't really hate the opportunity if it's there and it comes knocking. Why not take it? The Eastern Eagles feeling all the more confident here on offense.
Trying to take it around the world there. Doesn't even follow the ball. That's back into the center. Matty's going to line up the shot. And there is number 3 for Matty Duenta. Look, this is getting ugly for Newbury. It's getting really ugly. We're not going to write them off just yet because there is still plenty time to score 3 goals. Weirder things have happened in Rocket League. But on the basis of play, Eastern Eagles flowing, brimming with confidence. This is exactly the sort of form that we were expecting to see from them after progressively better results.
Oh, Sick Tiger! You can't just do that. Complete disrespect to the defense, and yet still walks into the zone scot-free, not found off the backboard, and Sick Tiger taps it home. Eastern Eagles, it doesn't seem to matter who hits the ball. They've got the shot accuracy, which in the Navigators division is more than half the battle. If you put the ball on target, it will find its way in, and you will find yourself with decisive leads in your hand.
And what I'm loving from the Eastern Eagles as well is they have every right to go defensive at this point. They've got themselves 4 goals. They've got themselves just 90 seconds to keep a lead at this stage. They can concede 3 and still go on to win the game. And Newbury finally bringing out the demo. It's nice to see them finally changing up their offensive style. But no, Eastern Eagles continue to stride forward. They think that the best form of defense is offense. And if they can keep Newbury away from the possession, if they can keep them away from the ball, away from their half, then Newbury aren't going to score. It's as simple as that.
The Eagles with a 4-goal lead to defend heading to the final 60. Not the most difficult task set ahead of them, but Newbury, they need some spark here to ignite the squad. Be the Kid trying to turn this one in from the corner, but doesn't get the angle just right, and it will be cleared away. The Eastern Eagles know that Newbury have to get desperate now and throw everything but the kitchen sink at the offensive push, but they will respond on the other side, force some awkward challenges, and keep Newbury pinned to the back.
Oh, and that's another miss. They're lacking boost as well. Eastern Eagles starting to enact a real chokehold. What a dunk, and it's a good reaction actually from Depressus to get that away. But immediately, as soon as that ball is loose, snap, they're onto it. Eastern Eagles, so impressive. And as they look up towards the top of the table, obviously we do have an undefeated team there in number 1 spot, Galgan, but they got to be looking over their shoulders because this team continues to get better and better.
Exactly. The Eastern Eagles will very much be looking forward to the rematch against Alvernia, but for now, it is a decisive 3-0 series win over Newbury. Game 2 called into question purely by the fact that we went to OT, but with the Eastern Eagles making the comeback to force that overtime in the first place, the result was never really in too much doubt for this squad. Eastern University, they show up in a big way, and they advance to 4-1 here on the season.
Yeah, sadly for Newbury, that was the look of a team that got reverse swept within the space of a game, unfortunately. Look, they had their moments. Game number 1, they were distinctively the best team for a solid 2 minutes. They just didn't make their chances pay. And they were 2-0 up, despite being the worst looking team in game number 2. Only to concede 2, have it go to overtime, and lose the game in a matter of seconds once they did hit that overboard period. So I don't want to be harsh in saying that they've only got themselves to blame, Newbury, but there are certainly a lot of things that they'll look on today and think, you know, could have picked it up a little bit better. I think defensively is their biggest problem, Galgan. You know, the offensive plays will come, and if they can counterattack successfully, then they're going to be fine. But too many individual mistakes in their own final third, and their mistakes, the Eagles got more and more confident in picking off.
And I gave a shout earlier to Eastern University, Eastern Eagles Maroons' ability to pass to each other, but at a base level, it comes down to team synergy. Yep. And that can be used to explain the issues with Newbury's defense and making sure that 2 people aren't in the same spot at the same time, and everybody has everyone else covered in the rotation. It is those small differences that Newbury can start to make in their play that will advance them further, because they have the potential to turn games on their head, but they have to make sure that they are solid in their own half. It's almost like learning to walk before you can run for Newbury. They have the pieces to be able to put together and get a strong run going. They've just got to find their footing.
Well, we've navigated our way relatively successfully through our first half of the evening, but I'm sure that you're going to have a champion time on the other side as we move into the champions, the Midwest Division. Columbia College White, Illinois State University, Chef Billy and Pyro J going to be taking you through the second half here. From myself, Relic, from him, Galgan, we'll bid you goodbye, and they will see you on the other side of this.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Myself and Pyro J taking over from Relique and Galgan. We are going to be taking care of the rest of the way here tonight. Up first, we've got Illinois State versus Columbia College White. Battle of the 1 and 2 teams here in week number 5. So we are looking to see who's going to take themselves to 500 on the season. Pyro, this is the Champions Midwest matchup for both of our matches tonight, but this is going to get somebody to that 500 level here halfway through the season.
Yeah, halfway through the season, trying to get to that 500 level. It's important to take down competitors here that are right at your stage to prove that you're at the next level. We just got off of a stream from Relic and Galgan where it was a sweep. It was pretty much a landslide. We're expecting maybe a bit of a closer matchup here. But, you know, Chef Billy, we never know till they're on the court, right?
We never know. And it's going to be all about who deals with the rotations the right way, who comes out and establishes dominance. I've been looking at a lot of third man oppression coming through here in the NECC and in a couple of other leagues that I've been casting in. The third man has actually been getting a lot more aggressive, holding midfield line, really being able to distribute the ball nicely and controlling those 2 mega boosts on the side. So we want to see if they're going to be able to do that here moving through tonight's game. But, Illinois State, they're only ahead by 2 goals in the differential. So this could be anybody's game. And like I said, somebody's going to go 1 and 3 and somebody's going to go 2 and 2. And this is really setting themselves up for the end or the postseason. Everybody except for one team will transfer through to that playoffs here in the Champions Midwest, but you definitely want to get your seeding up there so you're not facing one of the top tier teams in the get-goes.
No doubt about that. Yeah, Midwest Conference obviously stacked and close. You can see that 7:30 p.m. That's our match right now, Columbia White and Illinois State. Coming up next, though, is still that Midwest Conference, that battle of tonight, Flint. That's University of Michigan. Flint versus Fisher Academy. Both got a little bit of that F names and going to be bringing it in with the hard-nosed game as well. But we can only go one match at a time. So there you see it. That's going to be our match that we're coming up to very, very soon. And you've got the players as well. Why not? From Columbia College White, Viz, Seb, and Boosh. And they are the CS Brainiacs, Chef Billy. They might bring those brains to the field. We'll see.
We'll see, exactly. And, I was taking a look at some of the back footage, and Viz and Seb are a very potent duo together. They do like to look for each other in some combination plays, especially when they're coming out of transition from their defensive third. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Boosh is going to be the stalwart defender of the team, going to be able to make themselves available in transition, maybe a little bit of give and go. But I'm looking for Viz and Seb to really light up the screen.
Okay, that duo is always really good to look for, and you can tell these are a couple of newcomers as well as freshmen trying to break into the scene. It's always exciting joining a college and trying to balance the books with the games. Surely breaking in as the freshmen there as Viz and Boosh. They are ready to break in and come out swinging, come out hot. I wonder if we got our next team as well. We do. ISU, Illinois State University. You got the players here, 3 starters. We got Flash, C. Petty, and CG. Not all freshmen here, Chef Billy. We got some upperclassmen on this team.
I had a chance to visit the ISU campus when I went to go visit my son for his naval graduation. Got a chance to meet the Overwatch team, got to see where the Rocket team plays. They're now in a new arena, a new gaming arena there for the teams in Normal, Illinois. So I tell you what, they have really upped the ante as far as what they are doing for their esports programs there at ISU. So man, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the senior leadership is going to fare up against the newcomers of Columbia College. The entirety of Columbia College is nothing but sophomores and freshmen. So you've got the senior ability coming out here from ISU, but you got the young guns shooting from Columbia College.
It's funny, too, because, although you've got a bit of age and a bit of years on some of the competition here for ISU, all eyes are always on those newcomers, always the players who are breaking into the scene and pushing the meta of the game. You can never just hand it to those older players because, they could be on their way out while these new players are ready to push the envelope and be those better players on their team. So Columbia College White, maybe with that new blood, could be shaking up the scene. As we said, folks, Both teams here, 1 and 2. So having to be that team that isn't the bottom of the barrel of their division, of their conference, to move to playoffs, very important. This is going to be the match that sets the standard, that sets them above the bar. And this is game number 1 as well of our best-of-5 match. We've got them on the field here. Columbia College in the blue and Illinois State University in yellow.
Well, early pressure coming out from Flash at Columbia College. I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. You know, I want to see how they transition, you know, when they do come under a little bit of duress. How are they able to transition the play back into an offensive mindset? Big demo coming out there and really moving forward. This is nice play coming out from Columbia College on the sides.
It's great pressure. I totally agree. Columbia College, you know, you want to set the tone, set the tempo, and already forcing ISU to be under pressure is good look. But we've got Quonk moving along that back line, trying to make some moves in that team secret decal, repping the SAM region. Love to see that with the new esports decals. You also love to see carries like that in the air. Already some threatening plays from both squads here, Chef Billy, but that first goal still to be seen.
That is a goal line stand right there. Nice flip reset to get the save, and now they're moving out in transition, looking for a switch of the field, trying to go for the corner group, but no joy there. So now it's back defensively for Illinois State. Quonk and company have put a pretty good amount of pressure on the Illinois Redbirds goal. In the beginning, there's a shot and a goal from Viz.
There it is, Columbia College. They had the initial pressure, and they'll get the initial goal as well. We see Quonk on the goal line. We've seen him there almost the full game 1 so far, being that harassment and forcing defenders into a chaotic position. It opens up the field for his teammates to score. A good first one for Columbia College. Oh, they're so close to a second as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good aerial 50 there coming in from Illinois State, and now they're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a deep field dump. Try to look for a player down there on the opposite corner. Shot on goal, nice save off the crossbar. That was actually close to going in. Pyro, they're starting to put the pressure in the screws to Columbia College.
Ooh, pressure's coming in the form of shots, in the form of demolitions, just about any way that you could imagine. This game is not comfortable for really anybody on the field right now, but sometimes in a high, fast-paced game of Rocket League, that it is, it's just the way to go. Powering through the opposition, though, is CG for Illinois State, seeing the centering pass flash. Just that in the midfield, trying to get a shot off, but Columbia College, pretty staunch on their defense.
Yeah, I mean, they're not afraid of contact either, and I love that. I love that they're willing to commit to these challenges and going in for the demos, even if it's just a really good, firm bump. It's really starting to create some space here for Illinois State. They're looking for the rebound off the backboard. No joy there. Sith is going to have to come back and gather their wits about them. Still, great pressure, great pursuit coming in from Columbia College.
Certainly. I mean, we're past that halfway mark, right? So Columbia College, though they've weathered a lot of opposition against Illinois State, keeping them at a big fat goose egg is really important for instilling your dominance. That 1-goal lead, it can really shape the approach and the way that you play the game. Can it defend the goal line as well? Yes, Viz keeps it away. Sith looking at getting that centering pass again, but we see another demolition. Teams and Illinois State, that was one of their players, are having to get used to playing with depleted forces. How much longer can they do so as CJ up from the wall? That second touch unfound, but a little back pass, kind of a cheeky touch out to Sith. The shot's too high though, and it goes away again.
But it's creative, and I love the creative juices flowing here for Illinois State. Trying to set a point-blank shot in front of the net, but no joy there. The pressure is still coming through from Columbia College. They are definitely willing to go in physical. There's going to be a shot on goal. 1:22 left on the clock, and Flash gets a little nudgy into the center of the goal.
And it only felt like a matter of time in this instance, right? Flash has been trying to be that finishing factor for this team all along, throwing a lot of pressure up near the goal line. And yeah, that dunk, that's going to be good enough. Illinois State University, get that lead. And oh, how short-lived it is.
Oh, no, not like this. Not like this. There was nobody in goal. They were looking for that corner boost to get themselves set up for the transition play, and it was just a shot direct into the heart of the goal. Columbia College takes that 1 goal, go-ahead goal.
It's funny how low scoring of an effort this game has been, but it makes you enjoy Rocket League so much better. The fact that a goal can come at literally any time. ISU, they wanted the response to come in immediately. That shot knocking off the crossbar is just a little too close. Right now, Columbia College, they are trying to hold on to that goal lead as much as they can. It's getting a little stuffy on the goal line, but they're able to break out even among the demolitions.
I mean, they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink there at Columbia College, and Columbia College is just kind of huddling on their own goal line for help and comfort. Because the Redbirds are unrelenting now. They're starting to get their groove. They're starting to find their range, especially with these centering passes, just like this going towards Flash.
Oh my, 30 seconds. Here we go, Illinois State University. You've proven that you can score, but can you defend? Oh boy, those questions still a little bit left unanswered here. Viz takes the cross from the width of the field to score again.
What a one-touch pass right there. That's almost impossible to defend with the speed and the acceleration there from Viz going goal-bound. I mean, that was just picture perfect. 2-goal lead. Now we're looking, hopefully, maybe a consolation goal or two coming in for Illinois State. They've got to defend their goal because Columbia College is not taking their foot off their throats.
And why should they? I mean, they've proven how well they can muster up an offense against ISU, and continuously they're able to become threatening, and with that save, that should absolutely, it will seal the deal. Game number 1 and what could be a short series of a best of 5 goes the way of Columbia College, the first one for them.
I think that the Redbirds came out a little bit flat-footed, and maybe they didn't have their branded sponsored Gamer Fuel drinks ready to go, because Columbia College were definitely firing on all cylinders as they came out the gate, and they never let up with the tempo. It was high tempo, high physicality from Columbia College, and the Redbirds just did not have an answer for it. You saw the change when they started imposing their own physicality in the game, Pyro. That's when Redbirds, got their goal. I call it a blue-collar goal. When you muscle your way in, you are fighting in front of the goal. You get, traffic in front of the netminder, and you take care of business there. So I think that they need to really lean into that, traffic in front of the goal. I think, their passing plays were actually starting to really amp up as well.
True.
That was just the go-ahead goal at 2-1. That pass into Viz, that was a one-touch off the top wall, no look. Kobe-ness. It's a Mamba great right there.
It kind of forces ISU to have their head on a swivel, right? When you could cross the width of the field that quickly and nail a pass like that, oh, it is dangerous. And then, ever so defeating was the kickoff goal as well for the second one of Columbia College. Illinois State University, they've proven that they can combat the efforts of Columbia College, but how long can they actually keep up with them? We'll find out here. Game number 2. Columbia College, they found their first, and they're looking for more.
Well, let's see what Illinois State has out the gate here. I think that their third man really needs to insert themselves into this game, because they have been kind of quiet here. Sith and Flash have been the mainstays here, but we're looking for, a little bit more out of their third man. Let's see if they can bring it forward. Kind of a good touch there, but Quonk is back in defense, so no joy there. Nice shot on goal off the top rope. CG, I asked you to do something for me, and there you go.
Yes, the call has been answered here. CJ, that's a nearly impossible read. I can't believe that found it just inside the posts. Even if someone's on the goal line, there, Chef Billy, I still favor the shot taker on that play. Illinois State University, they haven't worked with a lead all series long, but they'll be joyous to have it now.
Well, they were playing for it. Sometimes your hard work pays off, and that's exactly what that goal meant to them. So now Flash and company have a little bit of breathing room. They have this nice little advantage. Sip's going to push the ball forward. Oh, that's a nice touch from CG. They're starting to get these little flick-ons, little knock-ons, if you want to go for a rugby reference there. Trying to get the knock-on and find a player in transition across the field. But they just haven't found the missing piece of the puzzle. That's a dangerous ball in front.
It is, and it's still threatening, but look at the clear from CG. Viz, I don't know if that's going to be enough. It still enables CG to get another touch. Flash is there, the shot denied. Everyone routing around the goal line there for Columbia College to bat it away, and they most certainly do. Now counterattacks looking very dangerous now as the defense blitzes their way back to get in position to keep those rotations going. For Illinois State, those passing plays are looking good, and they're trying to enable CG. Chef Billy, look at the passes again and again to CG. He looks to be the front runner for ISU right now.
Absolutely. I mean, played in the hot hand. Nice demolition there. That's going to be an open goal. Nobody in goal. That's going to do it.
Talk about a fireworks show here for Illinois State University. Battled away. Sif didn't even get the demolition, but guess what it did? Forced the demo on themselves, slowed down the defender. It's as if it's that one sacrifice where they stand in front of the body of the innocent to be taken down themselves, giving the goal for Illinois State.
Dangerous kickoff right there. A nice rotation coming in from Flash there to deny the kickoff goal once again. And now they're starting to run with a little bit of front runner energy here, Pyro. And that's what I want to see. How are they going to be able to keep pushing here forward? Illinois State with a 2-0 lead as we approach the halfway point of game number 2. Sith is looking for CG once again. Quonk and company are looking a little disheveled by this high physicality that's been really amped up by Illinois State.
It feels like it's kind of a battle now just to get back into a composed effort for Columbia College. Are going to try to do that as they're racing towards their back line here to miss one of those Columbia College players, and it forces disarray on the field. CG looking to get this across into more safer territory. The Quonk at the ready to take the shot. The second touch from Boosh, not quite on target, but it will allow the possession to continue. From the ceiling it goes, and another touch is placed perfectly. Boosh gets a second chance, and he makes it count.
And I mean, that's about 57 miles an hour. They're up high, just off of a 50 challenge there along the right-hand side wall, just barely under the crossbar. That is a lethal shot. And now you've reduced the goal deficit to 1. Just under halftime here in game number 2. Columbia College starting to find their way once again, after getting punched in their mouth a couple times by Illinois State.
My, that was almost the knockout punch right there. CG with a double tap that nearly lands into the top corner. Columbia College, they're the ones that have to have their head on a swivel, eyes in the back of their head, because no matter what, Illinois State are ready to fight back. They blitz their way across to the other side of the field. Pass out to Flash, will connect, but it's to the wayside. Flash not on 4 wheels here, so CG has to be the next player. Can't get up to the ball. Instead, it's beat by Boosh. Flash with the centering pass once again, but Columbia College, they're looking to establish that midfield presence and not allow Illinois State to get away with these long-standing possessions that they've been able to earn again and again. A clear could come out to Viz for an opportunity at Columbia College, but the missed touch leaves them astray.
Oh man, you want that one back if you're Guang, because that was an easy ability to be able to center the ball and just get a quick goal, get your equalizer through. But they haven't given up the attack yet. They're still going high in aerial. They've been winning a majority of these aerial battles here in game number 2. So I think that's one area that Illinois State needs to really be cognizant of, is how are they going to be able to fight off this attack? Well, there's no way to fight off an attack if you've got the ball yourself and driving it home.
Oh, yeah, this is just an interception. Perfect interference from Flash here to read the play. Quonk sees teammates in the midfield, wants to get the pass off, but the opposition is one step ahead. Sometimes the ball can get loose just as easy as that. So Illinois State, the gap was starting to close, but they extend it once again.
And we're less than 50 seconds now, and so this is all about possession. It's all about smart play. You still keep the aggression up, but you have somebody trailing him back just in case the ball gets out.
Yeah, that's the smartest play right now for Illinois State to keep this lead going. They'll most certainly try that. Ball to the corner. Flash attempting to stay near the ball to get those extra touches, but not well earned. CG next up to the bat. The musty, pseudo-musty, gets a little extra power on the ball off of the backboard. CG turns in, cuts rotation to take the shot. They still want more tallies on the board. Flash up next. Takes one pick at it, and that's past 2 defenders, actually. The next 50-50, stalling out time, shaving off seconds. We're down to single digits, and Illinois State are so close to their first win in this series. 2 up for the shot, and 2 will not solve the play. The ball dead on the goal line, but the result, Billy, stays the same.
But still a 3-1 goal, or 3-1 score there in game number 2. You're not going to scream about that one. I think they might feel a little bit cheated before the hat trick win there in game number 2. But they do pull the series even. So we are at least going to go 4 games here in our 3rd game of our night. And here in the Champions Midwest Division, battle of 1 and 2 teams. somebody's going to go to 500 on the season here. That's guaranteed. It just matters what's the goal differential going to be when this is all said and done, and it's going to matter, how many points are really going to be on the board here for them, because the playoffs are coming up here in about 4 weeks. So we need to see, goals. We need to see map differential being played into that. And ISU right now, I think they are filling their oats. I think that enabling CG was the biggest thing that they could do. The aerial touches from this young man were pretty damn good.
And that's what started it off as well for Illinois State University. It was CG with an immaculate touch near the ceiling to get them started, and that's the confidence boost that you need sometime. But I want to talk about their defense as well. We talk so much about Columbia College White and their passing plays. That's what allowed them to score earlier. In Game 2, Illinois State, they were privy to it. They were cutting off passes, and that wasn't just stopping Columbia College. That was allowing them to score those interceptions. But now we're into Game 3. We're starting off hot, and Columbia College, they're going to set the tone first this time.
I mean, it was a great defensive stand there very in the beginning from Sif, picking up a pass along the wall, but, just kind of a wonky touch coming off the frame there, and then Columbia turns it in transition and gets the go-ahead goal there just 8 seconds in, fast as you like.
Right off the bat, they will start this off well. Columbia College, no better rebuttal after taking down a game than that. But look at this link up into center field. It doesn't get more precise than this.
CG, once again, aerial supremacy being shown here. 144 kph. That is around 72 miles an hour. So that's a freaking laser beam coming off the top rope.
It is indeed. Yeah, you just don't want to offer that space to CG anymore. You see him up in the air, and it's like a missile that's going to be coming right at you. Well, it was a missile that went right to Illinois State for the pass shot combination, quickly tying things up, and long clears, suiting Illinois State well. That surges CG into an advantageous form. Another touch would earn a goal here as Columbia College are racing to the goal line. They do find a save and somehow survive.
Oh man, that's great work. But CG is still in the air, going through, just absolutely posterizes Columbia College on the goal line.
CG, the catch as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, this air dribble, dunking at the crossbar is perfect, but the ball control has to be applauded as well. To be positioned on the wall and catch the ball and make a setup like that is just chef's kiss. Chef Billy, I mean, come on, you gotta mention it at that point. I hope I'm not taking your quips. It's my first time with you here.
No, I love it. I'm all about people giving chef's kiss because, chefs are sometimes the unsung heroes. Oh, but a shot on goal. Just barely misses on the far post, but still scramble in front. Now it's a race to get back in defense. Wow. I mean, I thought that was going to be a definite breakout opportunity for the Columbia College crew, but Illinois State is showing some moxie here in game number 3. They are definitely feeling like they are nice and warm now.
Yeah, I think that's the case for sure. It's 2 goals in a row for them. They're even looking for 3 as they're translating that counterattack into somewhat of a shot contention there. Columbia College still heading their way out to the other side. I do think Columbia College want to slow down the play a little bit. It seems like as it speeds up, it favors Illinois State, but you know what? Never mind, Jeff. Let's just score a goal.
I mean, once again, it's contact going into the 50, going in transition against the run of play. I mean, beautifully placed upper 90, 52 miles an hour on that shot. So I tell you what, I'm flabbergasted between, the run of play. Columbia College is now having to play in sort of a counter attack style, because lion's share of possession right now is in Illinois State's favor. They have the touches, they have the possession, they have the momentum moving forward, and then you see Columbia College just come back and get that nice little touch pass finesse goal, and that's exactly what they need to get themselves back in the series.
It is. Now, Illinois State University coming off of that goal, will they be able to get back into this one? It is that midfield presence from Bush to set a shot up. Midfield domination. I think that's what's going to win the game, because so many of these goals have translated from passes off the side wall straight down into that zone. ISU's lucky that Columbia College were not ready to set up that pass into a shot. Bush looking to regain that territory once again, but it's Sith to trickle this one all the way down into this light blue half. things have definitely appeared to slow down as we're getting down to that final 2 minutes.
Yeah, tempo control right now is in favor of Columbia College. They are dictating the game. In terms of play, off the crossbar, follow-up shot, there it is.
And CG, who better, who else at this point? I believe second goal this game, and he's had so much involvement in the shooting and the goal scoring of their team today. This is a player that you just don't want anywhere near the ball because ISU, they score again.
I mean, we're only 3 minutes into game number 3 here, Pyro, and we've got 5 on the board. I think we're going for a 10 spot here. I'm calling it now. I think that the floodgates are about to open wide because both teams are definitely feeling super warmed up. I think they're filling their oats. I think the synergy is working good. The comms are obviously working nicely as you see them setting and looking for each other. And these shots going in, what a save!
And you start to think about why so many shots are going in. On that defensive play for Columbia College, that's all 3 of them tied up on the right side of the goal trying to get a save on that ball. If there's any type of follow-up shot for Illinois State University, you think, yeah, all those resources are depleted from the goaltenders and they've got a bit of a free look there. Columbia College has got to be smart on those rotations, only committing 1 player onto the defensive side, especially when Flash is up there. Unbelievable read from Kwong. How do you get a piece of that?
I don't know, but I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. I mean, it's McDonald's up in here. I'm loving it. And you're looking for now the transition play. Once again, Flash coming in down here, picking up the corner boost. No boost to speak of, but nice layoff. Upper 90, no joy.
None whatsoever. The scoring spree has hit the brakes just a bit, but still, both teams looking very threatening. Sith does eye up CG across the width of the field. Kwong has to give up this ball, maybe to his teammate Viz, but CG still on it. No surprise there. A nice 50. Sith in position, but not quick enough to the touch. Illinois State University still in a position where they have the lead, and they're looking for a shot to extend it. Sith, unbelievable.
That is a hero play right there. That is just singular mechanical skill. Just takes a double tap in, beautiful. I thought it took a tap off of the Columbia College player on the goal line there, but nay. That was just a beautiful double top off the tap. 33 seconds, 2-goal lead. Columbia College not completely out of it yet, but they need to score in a hurry.
When ISU has their potential unlocked like this, it feels like nothing can get by them. Columbia College are doing their best to get back into this one. Under 20 seconds. It is a tie up. Where's the ceiling? Nobody there, though, for CC to get a piece of it. So CG instead, off of the backboard, slams it down. There's the follow from Sith again. This is the duo that we've been waiting for today to break out and become a powerhouse. CG to Sith.
Oh, that's just beautiful. That's just beautiful. The aerial carry to the backboard, double top pass off the carom there, and Sith buries it home. 3-goal lead, 10 seconds left. They're going to go up on the match point here. And I tell you what, Columbia, after starting off very, very strong, has now been kind of silenced by this offensive onslaught coming out of Illinois State.
Incredible work from Illinois State University. They get their second win in this best of 5. And listen, we talked about the beginning of this. You're right, Chef Billy. Columbia College started off so hot, but now some of those passing plays, they're starting to get clamped down. Now it's not just CJ that has the breakout effort. Instead, taking the torch is Sith with some of these immaculate goals. Chef Billy, how do you stop a team when you have almost every single player that is becoming a powerhouse out of ISU?
I mean, Flash was kind of quiet. I think they were more focused on, being kind of that third man, distributing the ball nicely, being back third in the rotation, getting back defensively first. We saw a couple of key saves come out of Flash. So I think that CG and Flash have kind of swapped positions, go with the hot hand for ISU. But, how does Columbia College deal with this? I think that slowing down the tempo right now is exactly what they need to do. They did start to do that. Also, don't telegraph your passes. Because you can see CG has picked off and intercepted, just come slashing in on top of a Columbia College player in possession and has made a offensive push just off the interception. So that's what they need to work out. I think, maybe carrying the ball a little bit, maybe going a little bit higher aerial in the midfield, not necessarily off the walls because CG has been owning the high ceiling sidewalls. So if you can do some midfield and high carrying plays, I think that's where you start to break this Illinois State defense down. Take the game a little bit more vertical, straighten up.
The vertical play. Will the ball go down Broadway Street for Columbia College? It may just do that. Wow, Viz setting up a double tap. He is taking that education to heart there, Chef Billy. He says that's a great idea, but the shot doesn't land immediately. Illinois State University, they continue to be resilient on their own back end.
Well, I mean, it's a better look from them. It's already positive momentum going forward for them. They're starting to really contest on these backboard challenges. Flash is going to push forward, so somebody's got to be back in rotation to cover the third man role right now. Looks like it's going to be CG there back there. A little bit of a wonky touch, has to go towards the corner boost over there. And now here comes the high ground control off the sidewall. You see it, the carry from about their own defensive third into the offensive third. That is beautiful work.
Ooh, Viz wants this read,
You know what?
and he's gonna get it, but I think I'm having the same reaction as you, Chef Billy. Is there not a goal line defender somewhere in there?
There was somebody in there. What? Oh, he just went. He just over pursued it. He was looking for the far post shot and actually went near post and just got their axles broken just a little bit there. 1-0 lead, about a minute off the clock here in Pyro, and signs of life once again from Columbia. We saw this in game number 3. They scored first, and then they immediately gave up a goal. What a save off the goal line.
Wonderful work there from Columbia College. They've got their lead, and now we see that Illinois State University, who have become beastly, are not infallible. They are there to make mistakes, even on the defensive side. Sith, that's a pretty good stop. It is battled back towards the backboard. That's going to waterfall down as it's dangerous in scoring territory. Flash, though, on the other side has been a defensive demon, but wants to set up their own shooting play. It's just a setup for Sith, and the first one for Illinois State.
Sith has been a very canny, cagey player here, always trailing on the play, following up the offensive push and just in the right place, right time, and just buries it home. There's the equalizer at a minute 32 off the clock here in game number 4. Reminder, Illinois State is on match point here. They're looking to go 2-2 here in the Champions Midwest Division, and that will set them up nicely for the goal for the championship coming up later. That's a beautiful save from Sith.
Wonderful indeed. And you know, after that last goal from ISU, you realize once again that this is a team who succeeds when they take the ball high. It was Flash to take a massive aerial across the field that just jostled Columbia College. They don't know how to react to these plays. Flash again taking it higher. This one, okay, does land a little lower on the goal line. Columbia College, no problemo, sending that one away, but here they go. Sith loves to see something like this, dribbles it down, tries to get the extra touch, but it'll still boost instead. They'll have to walk away with only the resources.
Well, I mean, it could be a battle of attrition here for Illinois State, you know, managing the boost alongside here. All the mega boosts for the in their control right now. They're not allowing Columbia College to have any kind of offensive push going in right now. It's just basically little harmless taps going deep into their own defensive third. There's a shot, and oh no! No, it bounced off of him! Oh, that's unlucky.
Did someone set up a dynamite in the middle of the field and the ball just exploded? That demolition appears to have surged the ball into the net. Improper placement of the Columbia College defense. Just pure malarkey, Chef Billy. I can't explain it any other way.
I mean, it's crazy, and you love to see it. This is why I love this game. You never know what's going to happen from moment to moment. And yeah, I mean, we're looking now at a 1-goal lead. 2 minutes left on the clock here, Pyro. And I think that they need to keep their foot on Columbia College's throat, and they're going to go ahead and take their win here 3-1.
Some plays are worth making sense of. Others, we just move right on by. And that's exactly what the 6 guards on the field are doing. Well, 5. One's removed off the pitch for a moment here, but they'll zoom on. CG, a massive clear to get the possession back in the favor of Illinois State. As long as there's a follow-up, there most certainly is. The pass comes across the face of the goal, but there's no quite follow-up for Illinois State. They may indeed be playing that attrition war, as you said, Chef Billy, just to hold on to this lead and battle back in that manner. The ball is loose. Nobody wants a piece of it until Boosh comes up, gets another touch. Sith to continue to spearhead this offensive streak, but Columbia College, they're looking to defend quite well.
But the boost star, the war of attrition is definitely on and alive right now. The both right-hand side megas had been taken there, so no ability for them to speed onto the ball, no ability to knock on that ball. Now a little bit of pressure coming in from Columbia College. They need to score it fast, less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fast-paced here in the final minute as Columbia College are going to send everything they can towards the other end. It's a high pass. Quonk wants to follow and to pick up boost as well. Will do just that. Instead to fall off the backboard. There most certainly is. Fantastic read to equalize.
That is exactly what you wanted to see. You saw them go for the boost here. Maybe not worry about the boost there, Flash, and worry about defending your goal, because you go near post with that kind of momentum. Very difficult to stop. 43 seconds left, all knotted up here in game number 4. Reminder, Illinois State up 2-1 right now, looking to go to take the 3-1 victory here, but Columbia College have not spoken their last word.
Appears not. This is Illinois State University, not quite out of the woods. Not safe, not clean. On the last play, Columbia College winning the ground game once again. Can they utilize that strategy to get the extra point? It's taken up across the field, though it is Sith next to the ball. Quonk wants to steal a goal here, but CG with a light touch. I'm not sure about that one. Leaves the net wide open, but the shot goes wide. 10 on the clock now in regulation time. We could get our first OT here as the ball travels around the corner, ringing around the rosy for both teams. Sith may just want to kill this ball, but it's stolen away. Boosh, can he get that pass off? No, it's a miss, and extra time is granted.
All right, golden goal situation here. First score here, we'll take this game. It's either we're going to game number 5 or we're going to go ahead and send everybody home and get into our next series, and that's a big booming clearance coming out from Illinois State. They're feeling it right now. They're feeling it. They whiffed on the goal line stand, so we're going to game number 5. What the heck just happened there, Pyro?
It's so difficult to read as a defender. If you're Flash, you don't know if that redirect from Boosh is coming or not. You have to prepare for both plays, and that's a difficult position to be in. And because of that chaotic frenzy of the goal line, Columbia College is your team to win game number 4. Chef Billy, we love this as analysts. We love this as casters. A game 5.
Well, I mean, it was the dummy play right there. Instead of going for the contact and getting that kiss off the ball, they just leave the ball, keep the same trajectory. I mean, it's a play as old of time in standard soccer as it is. You play the dummy, you pull the resources, you pull the defense, and then the ball just travels in the back of that. That is absolutely 9,000 IQ there from Boosh in front of the goal, just to let the ball continue on its trajectory. So we are going to get our game number 5 here. That's got to be a little bit deflating for Illinois State, because they had 2 games on the trot, and now it's all going to come down to who takes game number 5 to get themselves to 500 on the season.
Does feel like that momentum for Illinois State has sort of depleted in a sense. I mean, this was a team that was leading in the last minute and just needed to close up shop and go home for the day. But as you say, we will keep players in the lobby. Game number 5 as Columbia College find a way to battle back. It was that ground game. It was those long clears. It was that fast-paced play that kept them in this game. And it's going to take the best of both worlds, both the ground game and clamping down on ISU when they take to the skies. Game number 5, folks. Columbia College, Illinois State of the Midwest Division. The conference begins now.
Oh, man, but this is going to be great for both teams' point differential and map differential. So, you know, regardless of what the result is, even if one team does go to 1-3 and the other one goes to 2-2, the map differential isn't going to change that much. So, you know, regardless, I mean, yeah, the loss is going to sting here, especially in a 5-game set, but come on. I mean, only losing 1 map differential point, that is not necessarily bad.
Not bad whatsoever. Incredible feat. Both teams to even get at this stage. It astonishes me that both of these teams, honestly, are 1-2. I mean, you have 6 very talented players on the field right now. It speaks to the rigor at which the Midwest Conference plays at. And CG's trying to flex some of the plays. Hold on. They don't get this ball out of dangerous territory as Quonk is there to follow.
Yeah, a wonky touch from CG there, and Quonk buries it near close. That's a laser beam, a worm burner, if you will. And Illinois State are in the deficit once again. And every time that Columbia College has scored first, except for game number 2, they have gone on to win that game. So are we going to hold steady with this 66% conversion rate here, first goal win?
It almost, though, feels like Illinois State University, they get more empowered when they have to work in a deficit. So who really knows at this point? So much time here We've even had a game in this series where these players end up with 5 goals on the board with half the game still remaining. So you never know what to tell. So much time on the clock, albeit there is a look for Illinois State as this ball is highly elevated. This is where they love to work here. Flash catching the ball on the ground and CG lurking behind, ready for that follow. It's not going to be enough on that 50-50. It is going to translate back to the yellow half. Back for Illinois State University. What is this from CG atop all the defenders and leaving the ball in a perfect position. No one from Illinois State to follow.
I mean, there was a demo as well, so I mean, they had absolutely every opportunity to take care of that. But CG, nice little carry in, played it off in front, nice defensive stand there from Columbia College. They just have not been able to crack the code here. 2 minutes off the clock here in the penultimate game of this series. Illinois State still in the deficit.
Well, this is where things get very tense. You can cut it with a knife, whatever you want to say. These players, they're sweating, okay? These are the moments that matter when you compete on the Rocket League pitch. This is where you have to be at your best. And will be those clutch players. CG, will he be empowered on this Illinois State University team to bring this team back? Maybe off of a awkward touch from Boosh. They will be, but it's Viz instead next to the ball. Sith trying to rally around, but instead gets a touch out of the way. A nice bump as well. CG sees Sith. Sith, no. The touch comes off the corner. It's too easy for Columbia College to bat back.
Well, I mean, we can go back and transition once again. Try that play again. Oh my gosh, Flash! Tried to carry it forward, had a head full of steam, and just was not able to bury it in the end. But now the pressure is definitely coming through, looking for Flash on the opposite side. Nice collision there, nice bit of physicality coming out from Columbia College. They want to get this game vertical. Once again, Illinois State is not faring as well on the ground war.
No, not at all. Columbia College, I'd love to leave it there as Boosh. He just can't get that touch up there. That's a routine touch for Illinois State University and 50-50 between Columbia College. But they are traveling down off the backboard. Fizz, he loves these reads off the backboard. He's going to get another, extends the lead for CC.
Oh man, what a touch off the high board there, and then just goes in, guns a-blazing. That's kamikaze as clean as you like. 2-0 lead, 96 seconds left here, and Pyro, this is not what I was expecting here in game number 5.
No, not whatsoever, but listen, 90 seconds it is. Absolutely. Time for ISU. Oh my goodness, no, not like this. Are you kidding me? Pinball around the goal line. I haven't seen anything like it. One way or another, Illinois State, they're still alive.
I mean, and they're alive and they're kicking and they're going goal bound. Oh my gosh, what a touch there from Quonk on the goal line to deny that dunk opportunity going in. Flash is going to have to really step it up here in the last minute because they are still down 2 goals. They need to get the goal in. They need to bring it to 1 goal deficit. There it is.
There it is indeed, CG. You know he's gonna lurk up in the air. You know he's gonna be ready for a pass like this. And Flash, well, you can't hand it off better than that. Bait in the defenders, make them work for it off of the backboard and clear the lane. So Illinois State University, they offer themselves just under a minute to score 1 more. So important to get this win in the Midwest Conference.
You don't want to be playing long ball right now, though, if you're Columbia College, because that will be an instant counter-offensive coming in from Illinois State. Yeah, that's a good touch there in defense. Oh, my word, that would have been the dagger in the heart. But now, there's a little bit of a scrum here in the left-hand side near the Mega. CG just pulling for no boost to speak of, has to go find the resources.
And they'll locate them as Illinois State University look to launch this ball, catapult it away, which is what a musty flick often does. It does launch that ball, and it's still in possession of Illinois State University one way or another. CG, not the player that Columbia College wants, near the back line, harassing, and oh no, not finding the rotation back. CG barely off of the post. They'll survive for a second longer. 3 on the clock. They got to keep this ball alive and keep it highly elevated. Flash is right under it and needs a touch to the midfield. Sith could be next, but Fizz keener to the touch. It could hit the ground here and end the game, and it will indeed. Columbia College, 2 goals was enough to find the win.
Whew, man. Explosive. That is what this series was. This is the highest tier here in the NECC Rocket League. Holy cow, we got fireworks and plenty of demolitions to speak of. A 5-game set there. Columbia College coming out on the winner's end there after going down 1-2, facing match point, down a goal in the last minute of game number 4. Comes back, scores 2. Kansas to game number 5, and then they come out the gate and just slap the Redbirds around. Columbia College have taken the series here 3-2. Good Lord, if that is anything to speak of for our next series, I am going to go ahead and get myself a little bit of extra coffee and another Red Bull.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same. Let's rest up. Let's get ready for the next match, folks. University of Michigan Flint versus Fisher Academy, still of the Midwest Conference. Hopefully it's another good one. Myself, Pyro J, and Chef Billy will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. After a little bit of a protracted breakaway, we had to get some people in the lobby here, but we are going forward with our final game of the night here in NECC week number 5. Champions Midwest Division is going to be the University of Michigan Flint going up against the Fisher College Academy. Michigan Flint 1-2 on the season, looking to get to that 500 mark. Fisher College Academy looking to go 3-1 and really start to push the pressure onto West Virginia Blue and Northwood Blue, two powerhouses from around other competitions. Pyro, these are some stalwart names here at the top of the Midwest Division, but Fisher definitely showing their wares right now. A 1-goal differential in their favor, 6 games to 5 so far, and a 2-1 record on the season. University of Michigan Flint, they have a negative 3-goal differential. They've lost won 5 games and lost 8. So, they haven't been stomps. So we might be in for another banger here.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? And typically I'd favor a team that has the better record at 2-1 at this point, like Fisher College Academy. They're even coming off of a sweep from their last match, which wasn't week 4, that was rescheduled, but was week 3. But we just saw 2 1-2 teams from this conference, Chef Billy, and they both looked exceptional. We had that schedule come up from earlier on, had that match just previously that we had broadcasted, which went, it went long. It was a long series. And this could absolutely tune up to be another one. So I'm excited to see a team with a winning record right now out of Fisher College Academy. I think they could really come in with the strong stuff. TASEC is a player that I do recognize, and I'm excited to see on the field. So I'm ready for this one, Chef.
I'm ready for it too. I'm taking a look at. We'll take a look at the schedule coming up here. We'll take a look at the rosters coming up here for University of Michigan Flint, Azel, Gibbs, and Perma. Lots of senior leadership here. 2 of their starters are going to be seniors here, so they definitely have a little bit of that leadership quality coming in here. Perma, not necessarily new to the scene, but we'll see how they actually navigate this game up against a stronger foe, at least on paper. What is going to be able to come out for them? Will Perma be able to show up like the Young Guns did in Columbia College? I mean, they were all freshmen and sophomores. They did not have any fear going into their 5-game set. So, University of Michigan Flint, you got your starters there. Let's take a look now at the Fisher College Academy roster as we bring that up. You mentioned that you noticed that TASEC was somebody that you recognize, and I'd really be I wouldn't be opposed to taking a look at, what they're going to be able to bring to this game today. But, as it is, I think that, Fisher, if they come out and establish early, it could be an early roll. But, Fisher College Academy, Tasek, Kev, even though it says isn't Kevu on there, wants to be called Kev, and Great, 3 freshmen, and they're 2-1 on the season, so they definitely have not felt the pressure of coming into this season.
It's these young bloods, Chef Billy, that are just coming in and ready to cause an uproar, okay? This is the uprising of the freshmen, and Tasek, absolutely one of these players I recognize that I think will cause a little controversy on the field. So I believe these players are ready to get to the get-go, so we are just about to find themselves game number 1 of this best of 5. Remember, folks, it is week number 5 of this NECC Midwest Conference, and it is best of the bunch. Only the better players on the day that are going to advance and keep that record high and strong. So, University of Michigan Flint, Fisher College Academy, ready to go for game number 1. We'll see if we get that barn burner again, Chef Billy. I'm hoping for it.
I'm hoping so. And I'm looking at the records. Obviously, we got one that's got a positive record, one that's kind of in the negative. So we're going to take a look and see what comes out the gate. Early pressure there from Fisher College Academy. Nice little combination play. No joy on the end of it. But I think that, if we're going to look at how do they establish their positioning, how do they establish the rotations. Early shot from Flint. That was not expected. Kind of against the early run of play here. So a little bit of frenetic going on here. We'll see if they're going to be able to bring this to fruition and be able to hold their nerve up against this 2-1 Fisher Academy team.
Yeah, that one's a signal of players who are still getting cozy in this match. It was quite the vulnerability from Fisher, leaving that net wide open, and then there was a completely missed shot skied above the crossbar that, well, had a lot of room to fit between the uprights. So Flint looking at their shot precision to tie that up, and Fisher tying up the defense. They'll do just that, albeit it's a double commit to send that ball away. Another twofer there for Fisher, sending all of their forces at the ball, but one way or another, they've still been able to will that ball away.
Well, I mean, they've got a trailer coming in. Oh my goodness, that was an important touch off the line there from Kev. Demo coming in the midfield in the offensive third, so nope, definitely not backing down from this Fisher Academy team. And, well, play moving forward, kind of a little bit of ping-pongy. We've got some periods of good, solid possession. Really nothing to build off of it yet. Shot on goal has to be pushed away by Kev.
I am waiting for Fisher Academy to get a chance at the other side. It really does feel like, though Michigan hasn't had the best of shot opportunities, they have had the possession, they have had the pressure, and at some point that can whittle away at a team having to play defense on and on and on again. It takes away their resources, it takes away their chances to cover the net. Gims with a shot on target really could have pressure tested Fisher Academy, but again, it skies away. University of Michigan Flint, they are not going to be able to take the lead. They're not going to be able to establish some semblance of dominance without putting these shots on target.
Aerial challenges right now are what I'm noticing. Fisher starting to kind of pull ahead in when they do go up high. You see them winning out just like there from Kev, blitzing across the midfield aerial route there and taking the ball away and, you know, pushing it forward. Giving themselves a little soft touch, nice little shot on goal. No trail from Fisher. That is actually a good scoring opportunity. Nice rotation coming back defensively from Flint.
Yeah, finally we're seeing those chances arise for Fisher Academy. The question is how much will they take advantage of those moments? The demolition clears the lane for Great to get next to the ball. The last defender is actually bumped away. It creates a lane. Great just can't slot it in. There was a diving defender there, but no one gets a piece of the ball. Fisher Academy of the college, they do want to press back up and keep this momentum going. They do not want to be locked back in their half. They'll take another shot that comes close to ringing off the right post, but Azel there to turn it away, and Tasek will be forced just to control this ball.
Oh!
Lives very short there. Gims not able to get the shot in time.
I mean, that was a great sequence of events there from Flint. I mean, the pre-jump into the demolition to create even more pressure on the backboard, that's exactly what you want to see. They're actually controlling the physicality of this game so far, Pyro.
It does certainly feel that way. I mean, disruption in the form of demolitions or whatever it takes from those pre-jumps as well, forcing the defenders to commit quickly. Yeah, that's the pressure test that Flint is still trying to enforce upon Fisher, but still nothing on the board. I mean, you need to get one of these shots to get on target. Like I said earlier, to make this matter, make this moment count. It is Tasek again defensively sends it away. And how much longer can they survive, Chef Billy? A minute remaining in regulation. A shot near the goal line, saved by Azel.
I mean, that's a great defensive stand there because that was an open net. They actually cut off the angle nicely. Now it's going to be Gims moving forward. Nice little breaking the axles moment there. Let's see if Permafrost can do anything with this ball in the corner.
It's going to take a lot of energy here. Tasek, a little bit of a jump, a hip, a hop, a skip, and a jump, whatever it takes to get past the defenders in the midfield. It can't be so difficult. Great off the backboard, forces two defenders to jump there. Ball tracks that back down to the ground as Kev slings it off of the backboard. It is Gims first with the read, but Tasek there just to make it more difficult. Flint at this point trying to survive to see triple zeros on the clock before Fisher able to score. Tasek again, another 50-50 single digits. Now as Tasek earns another touch, but Flint seemed to be back on the offensive until Kev, another touch up, looking for Tasek off of the backboard. Is there another one there? No, Perm gets it to get away. On the ground, the ball does not go until the final buzzer rings. It's not the final buzzer, Chef Billy. We've got more Rocket League to go.
I mean, golden goal opportunity. Early demos coming out from Fisher as well. So they're upping the physicality here now that we are in the golden goal situation. but they actually weather the storm. Flint not backing down as of yet. Shot on goal there, forces a save and resources out of Fisher Academy. They're playing in the left-hand corner there, going for the mega boost. Big booming clearance down to Great. What an interception coming in from Hazel.
You start to wonder how much creativity needs to be injected in these plays, because so far nothing has worked for either team to score. We're looking for something unique, maybe more disruption, as Demolitions were springing forward earlier on, but whatever it takes, it will find its way at some point. I've never been locked into a Rocket League game that lasted forever. Tasek looking to end it here with a shot to follow there from Kev. Still not enough. Flint hangs on for how much longer as Great looks to read this off the backboard. It plummets down for a clear for Hazel.
I mean, they have to release the pressure valve there and, just build themselves back up, start building resources back up into their defensive stand, because now Fisher are looking like a completely different team. They have absolutely ratcheted up the pressure on the Demolitions and the physicality. Nice little carry in from Flint, but no joy there.
No joy, not yet. It still is 6.5 minutes, just about of zero scoring. You'd imagine Rocket League full of goal explosions, but no, not one quite yet. Perm does have an extra flip, refuses to use it, just focus on that recovery on the backboard. Both players are going to miss that ball as Kev translates once again into the lane of the shot, but no dice, not yet for Fisher Academy. Tasek turns into this one. It might have a second touch here towards the net. Perm just low enough to get a piece of that ball. Once again, the follow from Great denied. Perm finds a lane away.
Woo! That was on a whisker's edge right there. And now they're getting, oh my lord, that was almost an old goal. That would have been like, oh, no, not like this. So moving into transition, Flint starting to set up their passing plays, looking off the backboard, little touch in. Oh, that aerial physicality pushes the ball just wide.
And listen, if this is it could be. Oh, Fisher Academy, the shot just wide. They're really amping up the pressure here, though, as Tasek doesn't want to allow that ball to go to the blue end. The shot again just wide. I swear, Chef, if the posts were just a little bit wider, we'd have our first goal.
I mean, for both sides. I mean, this has been back and forth action, ping pong action here on the pitch, and nobody wants to give in yet. I mean, we almost have a whole nother game here, and the palms have got to be sweaty. The comms have got to be frenetic right now, and somebody has got to pull ahead. It's going to take either a mistake or it's going to take something just to give, maybe a momentary lapse of focus. Because as you approach on this 8-minute mark now, you've got to be feeling that somebody is going to take this game and turn it on its head. And whoever wins this game, I think is going to have massive momentum going into game number 2.
Well, let's see who earns that momentum exactly. Flint haven't gotten a lot of offense in this extra time sequence of game number 1, but they've got something working here as Perm presses forward. Right under that crossbar, the ball would have landed, but instead it's kicked away as Gims looks for the read here, looking to dump it off to a teammate. Does that so successfully as Azel next up. Tasek gets just the touch they were looking for to keep the opposition at an arm's reach at the very least. It's now Kev in the air as time until Azel. There's interference. Gibbs has a follow. He might have a net to work with. The pass to the midfield does not get taken up. And it has to be a mistake at this point, Chef Billy. Almost there at another full game's length.
Oh my word. I mean, we're at 9:01 now and counting, and Gibbs and company have really withstood the pressure and have started to turn this back into another little rotation for them. Oh, the lingering ball in front. Nobody trailing. Oh, you've got to have a trailer there. You've got to have somebody pushing forward. This might be the goal right here.
Ooh, set away, though. Perm doesn't want none of it. He's got a container of booze. He's ready to go. Maybe a little too fast. Ends up at the ball, but the pass there forces 2 defenders off the ceiling. Where is the third player from Flint? Anywhere at all. It turns out every shot opportunity from Flint is just not one they want to take advantage of. Instead, it forces them to play the backline once again. It may not be a mistake that's made from a player. It's just one team that gets antsy enough to get aggressive and force the third man to take the shot. You can't stay conservative. You can't stay defensive the entire game. Or I don't know, maybe you can. We're at 10 minutes of game time here in game number 1.
I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for this because now my pulse is like at 120 beats per minute right now. I'm just like on the edge of my seat waiting for somebody to actually take the initiative and get the ball in the back of the net, looking for a double tap opportunity. No joy there.
Oh, there's no joy anywhere. Half the player base is being demoed or bumped away. The other half can't even get a piece of the ball for longer than a second. Though Kev trying to slow play this ball, forces the defender to sky high past it. Does get a touch, and Gims, now he's got a little bit of midfield balance. Able to get an extra touch here. Tasek wants to get this a little safer. He'll kick it away. Next up is Great. Backward pass, and that's
Here
not
comes.
comfortable at all for Flint.
What a save!
Away!
Oh my word, this is back and forth. I mean, we are at 5:49 in overtime right now, and we're on our third game now. And these teams are not showing any signs of letting up. The pressure has been relentless from Fisher. However, University of Michigan Flint have been very good in the rotations, and there it is, Kev. With the midfield push, they actually push up that third player, and it looks like Gims just got caught out and misses on the aerial. Probably didn't have the boost to get up. That's going to be game number 1 in the books. I'm telling you what, that should have been 3. That's 3 games. That should have been all 3 games of our series right there. All wrapped up into game number 1. 1-0 lead takes the game there for Fisher Academy. Flint. Definitely punching above their weight class right now, Pyro. I mean, they withstood an onslaught. Yes, they do lose the first game of this series. However, I think that they have definitely put their mark on this match. I think that, pushing that third person up, yeah, they need to get their rotation good and be able to have that trailer coming behind. Once you have that touch of the offensively and going towards goal, you can ride along the walls and get yourself speed boosted out of there and get back into defense and let that third man actually insert themselves into the play. That's the only thing that I think that, if there's anything I can say for Flint, don't be afraid to push that third person up. Sometimes the triple commit can work as long as you have the communication to make sure that somebody's back into defense once you have committed all 3 players to the offensive third.
See that? Chef Billy's there for the confidence booster. Says, don't be afraid. Send that third player. I couldn't agree more. It comes down to trust for me, Billy, right? If the comms are there, if the rotation of the first man is out to retreat, to send away or defend or save a clear that could turn into a shot, then you can send that third man. You can go in for the shot, the goal. I do want to see the same as you're remarking upon, Chef Billy, is Flint coming out the gate strong and not being afraid to take that shot. Could it be game 2 that we see more than 1 goal in the span of 11 minutes? Only time will tell.
Well, I mean, University of Michigan Flint have not found the scoreboard yet. So that's one thing. I think they need to get a goal here. One, to show that, their hard work has been rewarded. Because going 15 minutes in a game is unheard of, and I mean, it's got to be a little bit deflating. So hopefully, they can rally back. I think you've got to take a lot of positives from that game. That's kind of a wonky ball. There is a fantastic finish from Tasek. Once again, following the play, trailing the play. That is just an unfortunate touch off the hood. Kevin gets the assist there. I'm not necessarily sure it was exactly what they were planning, but you will take that kind of garbage goal all day long.
Yeah, that one's a little difficult to plan, but I can give Kevin credit for following the play. There's an ability to air dribble, use your boost to stay right behind the ball that forces that extra touch. Perm definitely gets an extra touch with this flip reset, enabling Flint to try and get at the ball, but it is still Gims who's going to take the backfield and just play that third man role again and not getting too aggressive for that first shot. Flint, we're going to see a different Flint here, I think, Chef Billy, because all that while they had to play with a tied-up scoreline, now they're behind. Now they have no option than to go aggressively after they make a couple beautiful saves.
I mean, the saves are good. I mean, defensively, they are looking absolutely fantastic. Now it's just about finishing in the offensive third. That's actually a great setup right there. The angle was a little bit too acute for them to be able to put the ball in the back of the net, but they're still powering forward. They're starting to commit that third man. Azel, we haven't called their name very much other than in defense. Waterfall going in deep, forces resources out of Fisher, and now pushing down into the right-hand corner here. Tasek going up high, not able to find an outlet pass. So, we're seeing the push come through. But for both teams right now, finishing is just a real question.
really is. I almost feel like for Fisher Academy, they might not need it. It took 1 goal last game. It might take 1 this time as well, and it still will. As there's a monumental save made by Fisher Academy. They can do the same with more abrupt defense on the post. That one is just too close to goal. Come on, Flint. I mean, they can't buy a goal at this point. NECC working this around the corner to make them punish even further, but it's going to cross the width of the field. Great can't continue in that possession with a touch here, and hold on, Gimp. Does he have enough boost here to get a second touch? Not quite.
Well, I mean, Permafrost is trailing the play nicely, surveying the field and deciding which way to go. Move forward! There it is, the shot on goal! Get it, the goal! No! No!
Oh, ooh. They touch every part of the woodwork. Are you kidding me? That... it's not a joke anymore, Chef Billy. They literally can't buy a goal. I don't know what kind of funds they came to this series with, but I'm at a loss for words. It's back to you.
I mean, I'm heartbroken. I mean, that deserved a goal. That deserved to cross the plate. I mean, it was dancing on the line there and just would not go over. The Rocket League gods are not smiling on Flint right now.
No, and listen, what is it going to take to achieve their gracious splendor and get the reward from the boost gods, okay? What do they need to do? Something in the next 90 seconds, Flint. They've got to make their mark because, you know, a reverse sweep in a best of 5, it's not impossible, but Chef Billy, it can be so difficult.
No, difficult indeed. Nice little goal line stand there from the double tap above. My goodness, Azel, you know what? I think they saved more goals than they've had shots on goal. And I'm okay with this. Oh my gosh, what a save again from Azel. I call their name and they show up once again, making me look absolutely splendid.
They're happy to do just that and more as well. More saves coming out from Flint. They just love spending the time on the goal line again in the lane of their shot. They are clairvoyant when it comes to their positioning on defense. If only it could be the same way on the other side of the field. Perm, that 50-50 almost landing in. But of course, it's just inches away from, you know, within the uprights because that's how the game's gone along. 30 seconds to pass from Perm. Could it be a follow? Somebody has to be there, Chef. Somebody.
Somebody throw this team a lifeline. I mean, phone a friend. Call a friend. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what they have to do because that sequence of events was absolutely brutal. It should be a high scoreline going in, but as it is, 12 seconds left on the clock, still a 1-0 game. Are we going 3-0 Rocket League with a 3-goal total game line? I'm sad.
It appears that it could be that way, Chef Billy. My hands are on my head. I am in disbelief at the result of that game. And Flint, it feels like they Chef's with me. Chef's with me. We're in total despair. I mean, when you come up with that many immaculate saves, you deserve to have a reward from it, right? So many great positioning plays, great fast aerials, whatever it took to get those shots out of the way. Flint were there. They let up one single goal, and it's heartbreaking, Chef, to see that one single mistake can mean their demise in yet another game.
Pyro, I don't know what they have to do to get a goal. I mean, maybe they need to get a little bit more traffic in front of the net when they do go goalward, because they've started committing that third man. They've done what we've asked them to do, and you know, they just haven't found any joy out of it. I mean, they had multiple looks at goal. The one that played pinball around the woodwork, I mean, it was literally straddling the line. And I mean, even with that, you know, aerial 50 that came out of Permafrost that just zinged at the far post upper 90. Yeah. I mean, other teams, that's a goal. But for some reason, the goal has shrunk for the poor squad of Flint. So, you know, as we head to game number 3 here, Fisher Academy on match point, having only scored 2 goals in the series.
And one more goal could be all that it takes here. We think back as well to game number 2. That goal came from a wild 50-50 from the amalgamation of players. Wait, what is this? Not again at the very beginning. Fisher, is this a garbage goal? I see a lot of defense there, but not enough saving from Flint.
I mean, even if they had the rotation right, that demolition right in front of goal would have stymied it at that point. So, I mean, that's not a garbage goal. That's just trailing the play and being aggressive on the net.
Good for Fisher. I think they're definitely finding their form. This is a team that has the talents and the capabilities to getting well-deserved nets, and I agree. That first one was most certainly that. Can they add more to the tally? Once again, they haven't been forced to do so, but the offense seeming pretty high-powered at the beginning of this game number 3, which is match point once again, folks, for Fisher.
Well, great, nice little carry in there. Traffic in front of the goal. I've got garbage goals in my brain right now because, the first one, the overtime goal, that was definitely a garbage goal. That one was more as well set up. Can you please get the ball in net? What a save! Off the goal line, shot going back in once again. The follow-up is there. Permafrost carrying it high, looking for a touch on there. Where's the follow? It's right off the back. Somebody's got to put it away! There it is!
Finally! Rejoice! University of Michigan, Flint, a ball has pinballed its way into the net. Of course, it had to touch a defender on its way. Great, trying to be, once again, that menace express to blitz their way behind the ball. But on the back line, they are not beastly enough. It finds themselves a win, it finds themselves a point, and Flint have something to work off of.
Oh man, now my heart can rejoice right now because they have finally broken their scoreless streak. Does this actually build into something more for Flint? Now that they've realized they can actually get the ball in the back of the net. Their defensive prowess has been what has kept them in this series. Let's not make any bones about that. Their defense is absolutely strong right now, and they are not giving up on just one goal. They want to get that go-ahead goal.
And they certainly do, but it's a midfield pass to Great that almost lands in. The shot goes by the wayside, and Great with the backflip, almost a redirect. It goes towards the net, but there's 2 defenders ready to take it away, as there always is. Flint just always with resources, reinforcements to be on the back line and save away a near shot. This one looking dangerous as well, but it's sent back over to, that is Giz? Is that, Jims. I can't even see it. Doesn't matter. Azel at the back line. Another save. You know what, Chef? Whoever it is, Flint, they're getting saves as they always do.
Gims and Azel have had a fantastic series defensively on the goal line. Both of them getting multiple saves. I think there was a double-ditch save game number 2 for Azel. But I tell you what, pushing Azel forward, the goal scorer for their first goal of the day, might be the way to go. Maybe rotating Permafrost into the third man role, because we do see the setups coming for them, but not the finishing power.
Sometimes it's that last press that's needed. No! Right off the post is great. A redirect that just looks so clinical, but when it misses by inches, it's not good enough. Not in Rocket League, not in this game. Close just does not cut it. Another pass out. The box is not going to be enough, but the demolition does create an opportunity for the give and go take. It's still not enough. Just forming a wall along the goal line is Flint, but they finally get pushed through.
That touch dough. I mean, look at this touch. Just absolutely clinical. That is a fantastic set right on the goal mouth. Nothing that Flint could do there. You can't read that play, unfortunately. 1 goal lead, 1:45 left on the clock here, Pyro. Oh man, that's got to be a little bit deflating to Flint, but they're not out of this yet.
Not quite, not yet. Do love that Great ended up with that pass that we remarked about. Somehow Great escapes the bump and gets the save. Wonderful maneuvering of the car to both be evasive and a nuisance on the goal line. That is difficult to do, but a monster clear from the pinch of the corner almost translates to a goal, but Fisher at the ready defensively. Great. Next one, he dished out the last goal. Can he do it again? No, Tasek late to the punch, but still causing controversy. It's Great again. A menace for Fisher so far and keeping them on the offensive streak. That's going to be a miss on the defender's side. Tasek off the crossbar, not enough. Great with the angle. It's still not good. Flint surviving.
Oh my word, this is starting to turn super frenetic, and yeah, there's the laser beam, the aerial rocket launch, 122 kph on that, about 64 miles an hour-ish. And just look at that, perfect placement. No pre-jump is going to get you up in the sky fast enough to be able to block that. So now a 2-goal lead, most dangerous league in Rocket League. Flint You've got 1 goal to your tally. You need 2 in the next 45 seconds to take this to an overtime.
And with that context, it is a monumental effort for Flint, but it's not impossible to make their maneuvering around the pitch and get somewhere. Azel trying to do just that. It's Gims again with a touch. They're trying to get this ball to the other side of the field, and Per might be able to do just that. Trying to work against the opposition, and they are quick enough. That's 1 down, 1 to go.
Oh, what a touch there from Permafrost. I mean, just kisses it off the hood there, but there you go. Being aggressive, going goalward. You never know where the ball's going to come out, and that is a perfect example of trailing the play and being offensively minded. Their defense is ironclad. I mean, I don't care if there's 3 goals on the board right now. This is the number 3 team ranked here in the Midwest Division, and they are giving them all they can handle right now.
Can't disagree whatsoever. The defense has been great, but look at the dish over to Azel. Almost gets a shot. Gims is the next.
No.
This is typical Flint fashion. They miss your shots just barely, just narrowly. Maybe another chance. There's 1 second on the board, but it's a massive clear for Fisher, and it's going to be enough for them. Fisher, College, Academy are your winners in sweeping fashion of NECC Week 5. Billy, oh my.
Oh my word. 3-0 victory in the series. But please do not take that as what the series actually was. Flint, please hold your head high because you have absolutely impressed the pair of us with your tenacity on your defensive side of the ball. You just got to work on the offense. You got to work on them finishing touches. Last touch, got to be goalward, got to be goal bound, got to be in the net. You found it twice there in game number 3, but just not enough. Man, Fisher, they dodged a bullet here.
It feels that way, yeah. With 1-point games, with 11 plus minutes of game time in game number 1, this was trench warfare. I mean, this was a battle to the bone, a barn burn, or whatever way you want to slice it. A 3-game sweep just doesn't begin to give testament to this match, but yet at the same time, Fisher, they're going to extend their record. Very important in this Midwest Conference to get as many wins under their belt that they can, Billy.
Well, let's see. That puts them up to a +4 differential now in their quest to get themselves a higher seat in the playoffs. I think they'll go ahead of West Virginia now, having a 3-1 record, so they'll go into 2nd place here in the Midwest Division. Unfortunately, Flint is going to stay in the 8th position. There's 9 teams here in the division, so they do stay above that cut line. However, if they play like they did today against other teams, other than the finishing. I think that they can definitely make a case for them being somewhere middle of the pack when it comes towards the end of the season.
Could be that way, most certainly. And I want to see more, honestly, from this Flint team because I think they do deserve more. They do deserve better, folks. But for NECC week number 5, the Rocket League action from the Midwest Conference, from myself, Pyro J, we got Katago and Storm Warrior on the background, being the amazing button pushers that they are, and presenting this wonderful and beautiful broadcast for us as well. And Chef Billy to my side, our first time casting together, but a magnificent time indeed. Couldn't accolade this man better. With that, we are out of here. So congratulations, of course, to Fisher College Academy on your victory tonight in NECC. We will see you again soon.